Integrity Houston, we like the scene. At your convenience, we'll take a 10 count with Jeremy in frame.
Okay, copy that. Give us 2 minutes and or 1 minute and we'll do that.
Copy. Great voice check and good words. We like the scene. And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a black cable going right through the middle of the scene. At your convenience, if you would please move that, PAO would appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 21 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently wrapping up their lunar flyby cleanup activities. They're making final...
Houston Integrity, high priority PAO images from the eclipse are on PCD1 in a so-named folder.
We copy, Christina. Thanks.
And NASA astronaut Christina Cook there calling down to the ground regarding some public affairs imagery that was captured during the lunar flyby activities. She referenced a PCD, that is in reference to their portable computing devices, which are basically tablets that they're able to transfer files and also follow along on processes and procedures and their timelines for the day.
No.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Diane Daly and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who serves as the single voice link up to the crew, is Tess Caswell. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently wrapped up their lunar flyby observation period, and now they are completing some cleanup activities and transferring some data and files down to the ground following that lunar flyby. Many of these files will be analyzed by the science team overnight in advance of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow once the crew wakes up. The crew is also preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. And then following that downlink, they will have a few final activities for the day, including a private medical conference with their team here on the ground. These are standard conferences that happen at the end of every day, and they'll also have a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control to go over the vehicle status and any other questions or concerns they may have for the remainder of their flight. We are currently in flight day 6, and we have a splashdown expected on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown expected in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 49 minutes from now. During the lunar flyby, and as part of Artemis 2, it marked the first time in more than 50 years that humans were able to observe the moon directly, and provided a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. The moon preserves a near-continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth, and with no atmosphere, weather, or plate tectonics, the lunar surface retains evidence of ancient impacts, volcanism, and solar activity that scientists can study today. Studying the moon helps scientists understand how planets formed and evolved, how the moon influenced Earth's history, and how the early sun shaped conditions across the inner solar system. The moon also serves as a unique platform for studying the broader universe. The science on Artemis is designed around questions best answered by humans working alongside robotic systems, combining decades of robotic lunar data with real-time human judgment, context, and adaptability. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis real-time orbit website. You can access this website at any time throughout the mission at nasa.gov/trackartemis. It provides updates on the velocity as well as the distance from Earth and the distance from the moon of the Orion spacecraft and its crew. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is the commander for the mission, NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who is the pilot, alongside the 2 mission specialists, who are Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 250,000 miles away from the Earth, and that distance now will continue to close down ahead of that splashdown on April 10th. And they are now about 8,100 miles away from the moon, and that distance will continue to increase as they are now in the return leg of their journey.
integrity for ARS.
Go ahead, integrity.
Hey, Tess, great to talk to you. Any chance we could drop the fan speed down for this PAO event?
We will put that in work. Great to be talking to you, too.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 37 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft has recently concluded their lunar observation period during the lunar flyby. As part of that lunar flyby, the Orion spacecraft and its crew made the closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles away from the surface at approximately 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, although the Artemis II mission is a new opportunity to study the moon, teams are also conducting other scientific experiments, including on the crew themselves. Here's a little bit more about the science of the mission.
Artemis II is our return of humans to the moon, flying around the moon on board Orion. But along with that, we're doing a lot of great science.
One of the exciting things about the Artemis missions to the moon is that science is actually a fundamental pillar of why we explore, why we're going, what we're doing in Artemis.
I think it's incredibly exciting that not only are we testing the vehicle, but we're testing science on board. Science where the astronauts are conducting experiments, science riding along with the astronauts. We have astronauts looking outside the window and really observing the lunar surface.
It will help us understand the deep space environment. It will help us understand how that environment affects our astronauts, our systems, and life in general.
So deep space is a challenge for us because you have to leave Earth's protective magnetic field. Here in low Earth orbit, the crew members are protected from some of the harmful radiation. Going to the moon, they'll no longer be protected, so they'll have a higher radiation exposure.
Much like Artemis I, we have so many radiation sensors and detectors that are inside the capsule so that we can fully understand and appreciate the radiation environment for protecting our astronauts. In my hand here, I'm holding a tissue chip model. This is the exact design that it's going to be flying alongside the astronauts. We'll be collecting samples from each of the crew members, and we can make these organ chips out of the astronauts themselves. So every crew member will have their own avatar on board, and then upon return, we can evaluate that deep space radiation environment and what that compares to the astronaut themselves. Not only are they going to help change the course of medicine for the astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
We're looking at sleep, we're looking at team dynamics, we're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the immune system, so what are the biomarkers? We're using saliva as a method to study hormones and different things in your body that may change during a mission like this. And then finally, how do we function after microgravity, being close to the moon, then returning to Earth?
Which will ultimately help us achieve our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split second. They'll be able to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade and hue of the moon and the color of the moon, can tell us something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the Science Officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis 2 will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
It has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And as part of that, we are going to inhibit cabin leak detection. The edge key manual response is still available. Copy, thumbs up.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Again, we're hearing some communication between the ground here and the Artemis Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, specifically the Capcom or Capsule Communicator, who for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell, and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, that spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. They are preparing for an upcoming public affairs event, so they are discussing the camera views, which we will see here shortly. There on your screen on the left-hand side, you can see the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. The Artemis Real-Time Orbit website there on the left-hand side of your screen provides updates on the velocity of the Orion spacecraft during its journey around the moon. Following a lunar flyby earlier today, which concluded about an hour ago, the crew has been conducting some cleanup tasks, so they've been transferring some of their documentation, their photos and data that they captured during the flyby to the ground to be evaluated by the science team, and of course some of that imagery will also be evaluated by the public affairs team here at NASA and then shared with the world once it's available. The crew will also have a post-lunar flyby conference with the science team tomorrow following their sleep period to go over some of their observations while it's still fresh and at the top of their mind. On the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see a look into the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, specifically the Flight Director Console and the Capcom or Capsule Communicator Console. The flight director currently on console for Orbit 2 is Diane Daly, and throughout the Artemis 2 mission, there are 3 shifts or orbits of flight controllers who provide 24/7 coverage and support to the Artemis 2 crew and the Orion spacecraft and its systems during its journey around the moon. We are expecting a splashdown on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown will take place in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes. During the lunar flyby that took place earlier today, Orion, again that spacecraft named Integrity by its crew, passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from that higher vantage point, much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average, the astronauts were able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. And there on your screen, you're currently seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity Houston, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start, and we have adjusted the fan speed. We'll take a thumbs up if you're happy with it. Copy, thumbs up. Superlative thumbs up.
And there on your screen, you can see all of the Artemis II crew members. CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen just floated out of view behind the camera, but you can still see NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and NASA astronaut Victor Glover as they prepare for an upcoming Public Affairs Downlink event, which is scheduled to take place in just a couple minutes from now. And there, floating back onto the screen, is CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. He is making himself comfy on some of the OX or Orion Crew Survival System suits that have been stowed for the outbound and now return journey. Shortly after the completion of these couple of public affairs downlink events, the crew will begin winding down for their day, and they will have the opportunity to eat dinner. Some of the items on their menu today for dinner include chicken with corn and black beans, sweet and sour pork, rice pilaf, spicy green beans, citrus fruit salad, and maple cream cookies. All of the And now we will go ahead and stand by for that public affairs event beginning in just about a minute.
Integrity Houston, no action for the DU-1. Caution, we're taking a look. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Hello, Houston. Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear, sir. How us?
I've got you loud and clear. Artemis II crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis II. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century. and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth. Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen. And I also want to thank the entire amazing team at NASA, headed by Jared, who's a very special guy, by the way, and you all made this day possible, and you've really inspired the entire world. Really, everybody's watching. They find it incredible. I just watched you go to the back of the moon, and people haven't been there in a long time, we can say, but it's going to be more and more prevalent because we're going to be doing a lot of traveling, and then you're going to ultimately do the whole big trip to Mars, and that's going to be very exciting. So you look at, we had no astronaut has been to the moon since the days of Apollo program. The Apollo program was also very special, but that was 50 years ago. And at long last, America is back, and America is back in many ways stronger than ever before. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. The Artemis crew flew in the most powerful rocket NASA has ever made, ever launched, traveled over 250,000 miles, broke the distance record set by the legendary Apollo 13. And America is a frontier nation, and the 4 brave astronauts of Artemis II are a modern day, you really are modern day pioneers, all of you, and one of them happens to be a neighbor. You know who that is, right? You have a special person over there, a neighbor, and we like our neighbor. Your mission paves the way for America's return to the lunar surface very soon. We're going all out. We're doing everything we can, and it's headed up by Jared. We'll plant our flag once again, and this time we won't just leave footprints. We'll establish a permanent presence on the moon, and we'll push on to Mars. That'll be very exciting. I'm waiting for that so much. I'd love to be here, but maybe we won't quite make it in terms of timing, but we will be up in the moon, and that's going to happen soon. So America will be second to none in space and everything else that we're doing, and we will continue to lead the whole thing into the stars, this incredible journey into the stars. So I just wanted, it's an honor to speak to you, and I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you. And tell me, what is the most unforgettable part of this really historic day? The whole world is watching and listening. Please tell me.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of it. I have to tell you, as we came around the near side of the moon, seeing all the sights that we've seen from Earth for all of our lives, but we're seeing them from a different perspective, and then we started to get a glimpse of the and we saw sites, Oriental sites that no human has ever seen before, not even in Apollo, and that was amazing for us. And then the surprise of the day, we just came out of an eclipse where the sun, moon, and the entire dark moon about that big right out the window that we were watching. We could see the corona of the sun, and then we could see the planet train line up, and we at Mars, and all of us commented how excited we are to watch this nation and this planet become a 2-planet species.
That is fantastic. You know, I had a decision to make in my first term, and the decision is, what are we going to do at NASA? Are we going to have it be revived, or are we going to close it down? And I had very little hesitation, and it's really great to have somebody like Jared involved because he really makes it much easier for me. But it was not even a question in my own mind. We've spent what we had to do, and then of course we have Space Force, and Space Force is very much related to what you're doing, and that was my baby. That was a very important one, and it'll turn out to be truly one of the most important, I believe, decisions I've ever made. So we're very proud of Space Force, and we're very proud of all of you. Does anybody else have anything to say? A lot of people listening.
Mr. President, to be here with you speaking about our incredible day today. I think one of the biggest highlights was coming back from the far side of the moon and having the first glimpses of planet Earth again after being out of communication for about 45 minutes. It really just reminds you what a special place we have and how important it is for our nation to lead and not follow in exploring deep space.
I'd like to ask, what was your feeling when you had no communication, zero communication? All of a sudden it was cut off by, obviously, your very special location. What was your feeling when you had no communication? A little bit different, perhaps.
Yes, Mr. President, it was I said a little prayer, but then I had to keep rolling. I was actually recording scientific observations of the far side of the moon. You know, that is actually the time when we were the farthest and the closest to the moon. And so we were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so we were busy up here working really hard. And I must say, it was actually quite nice.
Did you see a difference, a big difference, between the far side of the moon and the near side of the moon? Was there a difference in feel or difference in look? What did you see?
Well, Mr. President, we certainly did, and our science team really set us up well to understand what they thought we might see. And the gravitational pull of the Earth has had a profound effect on the near side of the moon, changing all those dark mares, those dark patches of the moon you see from Earth. It's very different on the far side. While you see some small patches of those mare in deep craters, it's very much absent on that side, so that's really neat. And while I have the microphone, sir, I just want to thank you on behalf of Canada. The space leadership you spoke of from America truly is extraordinary. I've said this many times before. A nation that leads like that and creates and sets big goals for humanity that brings other countries along with it is truly incredible. And I know that's a very intentional, not a necessary decision, intentional decision to lead by example and to allow other countries like Canada to share our gifts and help you achieve these mutually beneficial goals, like establishing a presence on the moon and eventually going to Mars. And Canadians are so proud to be a part of this program.
Well, I have to say I spoke to a very special person, Wayne Gretzky, who I think you know, the great one. And I spoke to your Prime Minister and many other friends I have in Canada. They are so proud of you. And you have a lot of courage. I'm not sure if they'd want to do that. I'm not even sure if the great one would want to do that, to be honest with you. But you have a lot of courage doing what you're doing, a lot of bravery and a lot of genius. But they're very, very proud of you.
Administrator Alex, I'm going to just get a quick comm check, make sure you guys are still on the line and we didn't have a handover.
I am. Yes, I am.
And integrity, and back over to you, Mr. President.
Yeah, I think we might have gotten cut off. It is a long distance. It's a long ways. The reception's been great. There's a little bit of about a 9-second delay, but no, I just had a statement for, I don't know what you heard, but I was just saying they're very proud of your brilliant person from Canada on the ship. And Wayne Gretzky is a great friend of mine, and he's very proud of him. And the Prime Minister I spoke to, they're very, very honored that you have a courageous person from Canada. You have a lot of courageous people from Canada, so it was very nice. I'm not sure if you heard me say that, but it was very nice.
Yes, Mr. President, we heard that, and we do love our Jeremy Hansen. We love all our Canadian astronauts, Jenny Gibbons, Josh Kutrick. They're just great people, and they're such a welcome addition to our Corps.
Great. Well, I really look forward to, when we can, I look forward to seeing you in the Oval Office. I'll ask Jared to bring you over, and I'll ask for your autograph, because I don't really ask for autographs much, but you deserve that. You really are something. Everybody's talking about this. And I look forward to having you in the Oval Office at the White House, and we will celebrate your incredible achievements and triumphs. This is big. This is really big stuff. The whole world is talking about it. And if you have the time, I will certainly find the time. I've been pretty busy also, as you know, but I will absolutely find the time, and we'll get together, and I'm going to be giving you a big salute on behalf of the American people and beyond that.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. And when you want us, we will be there. And thank you for your leadership. Thank you to Jared for his leadership. Really, thank you for taking the time out today to visit NASA. It's really special for us, but it's really special for the team on the ground. A whole team of people all around the world pulled this off, and we just want to say thank you to all of you for this. It is the thrill and honor of a lifetime to have been on this journey. Today was amazing, but this 3-year journey has been amazing, and it was made possible by the American people and the Canadian people, and we're so grateful to you all. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. And Jared, congratulations. We'll see you soon. And I know that you have Mars very much in your mind, so we'll start thinking about that pretty soon, I think. And thank you. Congratulations to everybody. I'll see you at the Oval Office.
Thank you for your time, Mr. President. It's been an honor.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Integrity. This is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications. Integrity Houston, great job on the event. Just a heads up, we are on track to start the next event on time at 4:15.
Okay, sounds great. We'll be ready.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just had that public affairs event with President Donald Trump and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. And coming up in about 10 minutes, there will be another public affairs event. That event taking place at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 4 hours, and 15 minutes. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a look at the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity as well as the distance of the Orion spacecraft from both Earth and the Moon. The Orion spacecraft and its crew, that crew including Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are currently about 250,000 miles away from the Earth, and that distance is starting to become smaller as they are now on the return leg of their journey. And they are about 9,300 miles away from the Moon. They made their close approach to the Moon.
Integrity Houston with a question about fan speed.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reed, we were wondering if this adjusted fan speed is something that you would like to keep going forward, or if it was just a specific change request for the events this evening.
Certainly for PAO events, this is an ideal fan speed. If you're willing to give us this fan speed for routine habitability, I think we would take it and try it for a while.
And Reed, we are able to support keeping the fan speed in this config. Happy to keep it here to collect data.
Okay, you got 4 happy astronauts up here. We'll take it. Obviously, when we go to exercise, we'll need to bump it up, but I think for quiescent living, this will be great.
We copy, and we love seeing those smiles.
integrity for docking camera.
Go ahead.
Just want to make sure we have the config you're expecting. I have the dual camera bracket is installed, the window shade is closed, and the docking camera is stowed in its Alpha 3 storage area.
That's a good config.
Thank you.
And while I've got you, we are 3 minutes out from an on-time start of the next event.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can see a live look of the Artemis 2 crew inside the Orion spacecraft cabin as they prepare for another public affairs downlink event. There on your screen is CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen along with NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and NASA astronaut Victor Glover popping up. Earlier today, the crew completed their lunar flyby observation period, during which the Orion spacecraft and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the astronauts with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from that higher vantage point, the astronauts were able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. Towards the tail end of that observation period, they also were able to see an eclipse. And that eclipse period lasted about an hour and was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion. Since then, the crew has been working to clean up some of their observations and transfer some of the data and imagery down to the ground to begin processing, and the science team will take a look at that imagery as it comes down ahead of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow with the crew following their sleep period. Now we are standing by for a second public affairs event taking place in about a minute.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, Integrity is ready for the event.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, Jared Isaacman, comm check.
Administrator Isaacman, we've got you loud and clear up here.
I've got you loud and clear, and let's see if we can top that last PO event. That was pretty special. So we are going to spend the next 20 minutes doing Q&A from a number of questions that have been submitted, and we are going to start with one from me. You all have spent years preparing for this moment and imagining what it must be like when you look down at the moon, at the lunar surface. What has surprised you all that you did not anticipate?
Go ahead.
Oh, it's on.
Administrator, great to chat with you. Just something that just shocked me because really using imagery and just the three-dimensionality of it. You know from your experience of seeing the Earth from space how it just seems different, and you look out in depth of things. And when we were on the far side of the moon looking back at Earth, it was just so obvious. You had this sphere out in front of you of the moon and this three-dimensional. You really felt like you weren't in a capsule. You'd been transported to the far side of the moon, and it really just bent your mind. It was an extraordinary human experience. I'm so grateful for it.
Integrity, Jared, anyone else want to answer that one?
You know, we had an amazing launch. The SLS is quite a powerful rocket, and got us into a 1,200 by, eventually a 100-mile orbit, and clearly power and speed, and then we did our translunar injection, and we were going quite fast. And so with all of that speed, though, it still took us days to get here. And so the scope of all of the things to a 321-foot tall rocket was amazing. It just puts the power required to do this in perspective. But then even with all that power and to get to those velocities, it still took us days. And the breadth of the distance we had to cover. Watching the distance from Earth count up and the distance from the moon count down was one of the most surprising things I've enjoyed.
Well, as I was trying to formulate an answer, at first I anything because there are so many things to choose from. I'll try to just narrow it down, but I'm going to go with something we did yesterday, a manual flight test objective, where we just basically got to sit at the vehicle. It was Jeremy and I this time, and just drive around using the rotational hand controller, basically just drive it with the stick, and how well it handled, how tight the control algorithms were, and watching it respond when we actually degraded it on purpose by going into 3 degrees of freedom control, by actually inhibiting some of the jets, which even though we have jet redundancy, of course, for each other in these complicated algorithms. So it was just amazing to be in a deep spacecraft and just be flying it around by hand. The one other thing I'll say, how fast it has gone by. I'm not ready to go home. I can't believe that something this cramped of quarters can fly by and still be fun every single minute.
And I'll just close out with, I think just scale, Jared, is the thing that is just blowing my mind. You flew Polaris Dawn to some amazing apogee numbers, and on the International Space Station, we're 250 nautical miles up, and that's the most beautiful view I think a human could ever experience. And we are dealing with numbers that are 250,000 miles, and every time Mission Control points this vehicle either at the moon or at Earth, and it reminds me every day that humans have to go, we've got to explore, we got to go further to expand our knowledge, expand our horizons. And every time we take another step forward, it makes the world seem a little bit smaller and a little bit more manageable. And just putting these numbers in perspective, it is impossible as a human to look at these displays and comprehend them. But here we are, and NASA is doing this, an international team is doing this, and they're doing it very well.
Excellent words, Integrity. So certainly a very wild insertion orbit. I can imagine the contrast between perigee and apogee, the scale of it all, the 3D, seeing the moon come alive, and then certainly manual control. Well, every Dragon crew for the last 5 years is very jealous on that. Okay, so we're going to questions here. This one, the Artemis II crew, inspire all of us, but what inspires you?
I think as you get older, your answer to that question changes a lot. Certainly when I was a young boy and a young man, just seeing an airplane flying overhead, to me, that really lit a fire in me. And then I think when you reach your middle age, it is interesting to watch leadership throughout the world kind of change the course of human. You can watch that unfold. And now now that I'm just a little bit over 50, you'll be there soon. Now that I'm just a little bit over 50, I mean, it all ties back to just family, and you understand just how much the people that you surround yourself with, and that is really every night when you go to bed, that's really what you end up thinking. At least that's what I end up thinking.
Thank you. All right, so here's a question. It's a good one. So for the Artemis 3 crew, what is the advice you would pass along for the next astronauts that will go in Orion?
That's a great question, Jared. We've actually been thinking about the Artemis 3 crew since we were assigned as the Artemis 2 crew. It was the beginning of how we came up with how we wanted to fly this mission, how we wanted to buy down risk for the program, and values as a crew. And so, you know, over the course of these 3 years, we've taken a lot of notes. So we've almost got a book to hand them. But I think a few practical things, just sitting here that we've been living for the past 6 days, how you pack is a huge impact to how you will live on the journey. And so things like food and your hygiene products, and then, you know, you know what's going on with our waste management system, the technology that we have, practicing that and being familiar with that and being prepared mentally. I used it on the space station. I used it at home in training, but I'll be honest, I wasn't really prepared to have to use it for over half the mission. And but you know, we adapt and overcome, and so I can't wait to talk to that crew.
I'm glad you said it, or else I was. We definitely have to fix some of the plumbing. Okay, this question is from Merriam-Webster. It's a wordy one here. So you are going to be, well, you've already surpassed more than 250,000 miles from Earth, farther than any human has gone before. So what are some words that come to mind when you try to wrap your mind around this very unique experience?
I'll be honest with you, the main word, because superlatives just don't do it justice, is humility. We would never be here if it weren't for so many people that came before us, starting with Neil Armstrong, Katherine Johnson, Dorothy Vaughan, civil rights movement leaders, everyone who worked on this spacecraft. Before we got here in our 3 years of training, we went all over the country and even to our European and Canadian partners to see the people who have put their hands on this hardware, the millions of parts from every valve, to this entire thing, the people that put on harnesses every day to rig it up in the VAB. They all passed the record. We definitely didn't pass the record up here alone.
So this is actually very similar to the question the President of the United States asked just a brief bit ago. But during the quiet moments on your journey, when you were out of contact with everyone here on Earth, what were some of the thoughts that tended to occupy your mind most?
Yeah, as Victor said earlier, when we were on the far side of the moon and out of contact with planet Earth, we all knew it, and it was a milestone. We saw Earth disappear, the Earth set. But we were so busy with the science, and we have such faith in our vehicle integrity, such faith in mission control, that we were just at complete peace and just doing our job. And just trying to do a good job to collect as much science data as we could while we were on the far side of the moon, and we were just giddy in here, like of our lives.
He's being a bit humble, but as soon as we went out of comm with planet Earth, we did have maple cookies as we just gathered together for about 30 seconds. Each one of us had a maple cream cookie and then right back into the science. But we had to take a moment to honor that time going behind Earth. And it was going behind the moon and out of touch with Earth. And that was a very surreal moment for this crew.
Copy that. Copy. Good maple cookies on the far side. And how has this journey changed? How has this journey already changed the way you see our home planet and humanity's future among the stars?
There's so many directions I think we could go with that, and I just, I think that there's, global, but I think real impact is local, and is to see the Earth as an entire thing and look at it, this system, and to see it all in once. But my daughters, and just the things that we can impact directly, the people that I can touch, that I can speak to, hug, and show love and gratitude toward, is the thing that I think is going to change and last. And but you also talked about the future that we're going to have in the stars, and this mission, I think we swung for the fence and launched on our first try after learning a lot earlier this year. But I think it set the stage for us to go out and continue to swing for the fence hard in our Orion SLS and ground systems programs to go and get the next one teed up so that crew can knock it off out of the park. And so I have huge expectations for what's coming next.
Good words. Are you feeling homesick for Earth?
I will tell you, last of my eyes, I did start thinking about getting home. It's not homesickness at all, but the first time probably in 3 years, I let my mind get past the moon and back towards home, and I had to catch myself right there. You're an operator just like we are, and that is the place to be when you're up here. We got to look one step ahead. What's next? What's our next burn? How are we setting up our trajectory to get home? And we are going to do that. We are locked in, and we are definitely excited for the second half of this mission. And we are on guard. We are first crew to fly this vehicle. We are ready for any contingency in any scenario, and we are going to stay locked in every second until we are back on that Navy ship and then home reunited with our families.
And copy that. Astronauts like being in space. That checks out. Okay, there's a lot of questions from the space photography community. How are the pictures going so far?
Well, we all love getting our hands on cameras and our eyes behind the lens here, because we're just trying to share the incredible things that we're seeing, and that's obviously the best way we can try to do that. I've been into night sky photography for a long time, and so this is really a dream come true for me. I have thought specifically to that community, the time lapses I've been trying to get, those are a little tougher because we have a very dynamic vehicle. It's not like being on ISS where you can get the city lights below and the auroras and the spinning stars around the North Star. There's a lot going on. So, but what we got to matter is out of this world. When we viewed that eclipse, that was the one time we all said, we literally cannot capture this with a camera. Everything else, I think we've really put our hearts and minds into making sure we understand so that we can bring that home to everyone. But having to set the low light features for Earthshine on the moon while it's an eclipse, that was a new one. I had to dig deep in my book for that one.
And thanks for the iPhones. They've been working great.
Very glad to hear that. And there are a couple billion people back here on Earth that are extremely excited to look at the imagery you've captured up there. So. Okay, well, I want to thank you all. Integrity. So Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, on behalf of NASA and space-loving people across the world, thank you for taking us with you to the moon. Thank you for your courage. all of your beautiful words that we've heard. You represent the absolute best of us. We are proud of you, and we look forward to welcoming you back safely to the good Earth very soon. Godspeed, and go Artemis II.
Thank you so much, Administrator. We are just proud to be a part of this team, doing our work every day, and we are supported by a huge world of humans, and we are just honored to be a part of that. Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio comm.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. That second public affairs event with NASA Administrator Isaacman and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity now complete, and there on your screen you're seeing a live view from the Orion spacecraft, specifically from the camera on its solar array wings, and you can see a crescent Earth there. The crew is now officially on the return leg of their journey, and Earth is now their target, with that splashdown targeted for April 10th. This is Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room as the lunar flyby coverage is coming to a close. You can see a final look there of the Orion spacecraft and that crescent moon in the distance. The Artemis II crew inside the Orion spacecraft named Integrity lifted off atop the Space Launch System rocket on Wednesday, April 1st from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew is the first to live and work inside the Orion spacecraft. And about 25 hours after launch, Orion conducted its TLI, or Translunar Injection Burn, which committed Orion to departing high Earth orbit and set us up for today's flyby. TLI also served as the spacecraft's deorbit burn as it slingshot Orion around the moon and set the crew on its free return trajectory, with that splashdown slated for Friday, April 10th. Last night, on flight day 5, the crew entered the lunar sphere of influence, the point at which the pull of the moon's gravity became stronger than the pull of Earth's gravity, and the crew will remain in this lunar sphere of influence until about 12:25 p.m. Central, 1:25 p.m. Eastern on April 7th. Today, the crew spent the majority of their day making science observations and capturing imagery as part of the lunar flyby, during which Orion and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. From that higher vantage point, the crew was able to observe both poles and large-scale geologic features in a single view, and the Artemis II crew also became the first humans to directly observe certain far-side regions of the moon with unaided eyes. During the lunar flyby, the crew also surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record and made that farthest distance from the Earth during their mission at a distance of 252,756 miles away from Earth.
Integrity Houston with 2 updates.
Houston, go ahead with the updates.
Hey, Victor, again, awesome job on both of those events. The team down here really enjoyed following along. I've got 2 sync items for you. The first is that based on ground schedules, we'd like to pull your flight director conference up before your PMC, so we'll start the flight director conference at the time the PMC is currently scheduled. And the second item is just following up on the DU-1 caution. We believe this is a recurrence of what we saw with DU-2 earlier in the mission. It's back up and it's ready for you to reconfigure displays as you wish, and I see you have that in work.
Okay, great. We would love a main and secondary dump line status, or really the main line.
Check-in. And Reed, back with you on the dump lines. The main dump is open and it's proceeding very slowly, but the secondary is still configured and go for use.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. Some communication there between NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman and the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control, discussing some of the final activities on their timeline for the day before they head into pre-sleep and get ready to close out Flight Day 6. So during the flyby period, the Artemis crew and in its Orion spacecraft reached a farthest distance from Earth at 252,756 miles, which was 4,112 miles farther than Apollo 13. And a couple minutes prior to that farthest distance milestone, Orion also made its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles. And at the end of the lunar flyby period, the crew was also able to see an eclipse with the sun hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion. And during this time, the crew saw a mostly dark moon, and the crew also used the opportunity to analyze the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. And once the sun was completely out of view behind the moon, the crew observed impact flashes, which are flashes of light from meteoroids striking the surface, and some deep space targets, including planets such as the Mars, Venus, and Saturn. The crew's observations during this flyby, along with handheld photography and images from the Orion spacecraft, will form the basis for scientific investigations into the moon's geologic history, the lunar environment, and current processes such as new impacts. At this point in the Artemis II mission, the crew and the teams on the ground have begun or completed 23 of the 27 high-priority objectives for the mission, providing a tremendous insight into the operation of the Orion spacecraft and critical information as we prepare for future Artemis missions. Now that the lunar flyby observation period has concluded, along with the public affairs events that followed with President Donald Trump and NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, we are going to wrap our broadcast coverage on NASA Plus. Thank you to everyone who tuned into our coverage on NASA Plus, as well as through our streaming partners on Peacock, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and HBO Max. While our NASA Plus coverage is concluding, our 24/7 continuous coverage will continue on NASA's YouTube page, so you can continue to follow our Artemis II crew on their return journey back to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston.
Houston Integrity, we have a science question.
We are ready to copy.
We just want to check our understanding before we go to bed, because we think we made some changes, but the procedures, were not updated as expected. We no longer have to transfer any of the audio recordings on our PCDs or any notes we made in OneNote. That you will just go into the applicable locations and pull that stuff down from where they are originally created.
That is a good recollection, Jeremy. That is correct.
Okay, so we are transferring photos into 4 science folders on all 3 PCDs. And if you go into those 4 science folders, you'll get all of the imagery that we took today. And just a heads up, just so much excitement up here. Sometimes we switch cards and sometimes we didn't. And so the different shifts are on various cards in various places, but all the photos are there.
Copy all. Thanks for the report.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 5 days, 4 hours, and 52 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. You just heard some call down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, and you can see a live view of the exterior of that Orion spacecraft there on your screen. They are working to downlink some of the imagery that they captured throughout the lunar flyby today. And here shortly, they are also going to wrap up some of the final activities for the day, which includes a private medical conference with their medical teams here on the ground, as well as a private conference with the flight director here on the ground to go through vehicle status and any questions, comments, concerns they may have ahead of the next flight day. After those private conferences are complete, they will then enter their pre-sleep period. During this pre-sleep period, the crew has about 2.5 hours to decompress for the day. They can also complete any necessary personal activities and hygiene activities, and it's also when they have an opportunity to eat their dinner. The meals provided to the crew throughout the mission are from the Space Food Systems Laboratory here in Houston, Texas. That team works closely with every human spaceflight crew, both on the Artemis missions as well as missions to the International Space Station ahead of launch, to taste their food and go through their standard menus and what they will expect, as well as some training on how to use the food warmers, as well as how to rehydrate some of that food. Some of the food that the crew may be eating for dinner tonight includes chicken with corn and black beans, sweet and sour pork, rice pilaf, spicy green beans, citrus fruit salad, maple cream cookies, as well as shrimp cocktail, Turkish fish stew, Caribbean chicken, mashed potatoes, cauliflower with cheese and butter cookies.
Integrity Houston OE2 is configured for your conference with Mr. Ratigan.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of the 4 solar array wings or SAWs. They each have cameras mounted to them that provide these live views. And in the distance, you can see a crescent Earth. That, of course, is now the destination for the Orion spacecraft and its crew now that we are on the return journey leg of the mission following today's lunar flyby. We are targeting a splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown will take place in about 3 days, 20 hours, and 13 minutes. The crew is wrapping up their 6th flight day. They are currently in a privatized conference with the flight director here in Mission Control. They typically have a private conference at the end of every flight day. Following this, they will have a brief private conference with their medical teams here on the ground, and then they will head into their pre-sleep period. And that will wrap up their 6th flight day as part of the Artemis II mission. Going into the 7th flight day, they will have quite a bit of time off duty, but they will complete a post-lunar flyby conference. During this time, they will have the opportunity to discuss their lunar flyby observations with the science team on the ground, while some of that is still fresh and top of mind. And then a little bit later in the day, there is the opportunity for a RTC-1 burn. This is a return trajectory correction burn, should it be needed, and it will allow, it would be a short thruster firing to allow the Orion spacecraft to fine-tune its trajectory on the return leg. And then in the second half of the day, they will work on a radiation sheltering demonstration. During that radiation shelter demonstration, the crew will build a radiation shelter within the cabin of the Orion spacecraft and prepare lockers for radiation shelter ingress or entering into them. On missions to the moon through the Artemis program, astronauts venture beyond Earth's protective magnetic field. The Orion spacecraft serves as the main protection against the sun's intense power. And NASA has radiation dosage level thresholds that they look for inside Orion. The first threshold signals a caution, prompting closer monitoring and coordination with medical and flight operations team. And then a higher threshold triggers a recommendation for the crew to take shelter. Radiation shielding in space is all about mass. Charged particles are slowed and absorbed as they pass through matter, so astronauts are trained to reconfigure their cabin during a solar particle event, removing stowed equipment from storage bays and securing it along areas of the cabin to add mass between themselves and incoming particles. Since Artemis II is the first crewed Artemis mission, testing this procedure in the Orion spacecraft is a major objective of the mission. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 5 hours, and 19 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission and counting. Currently on your screen, you can see a live view from the Orion spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. You can see a clear view of one of those solar array wings. There are 4 solar array wings, or SAW, that provide power generation for the Orion spacecraft, and just above that solar array wing, you can see a crescent Earth. Currently, the Orion spacecraft is about 11,900 miles away from the moon, and that distance will continue to increase now that we are on the return leg of the journey. The Orion spacecraft and its crew had their lunar flyby and made their closest approach to the moon earlier today, and the distance from Earth is about 249,000 miles. We are expecting a splashdown on Friday, April 10th, on Flight Day 10. That splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California in about 3 days, 19 hours, and 57 minutes from now. Currently, the crew is wrapping up some of the final activities for the day, and then they are about to enter their pre-sleep period. That pre-sleep period will last about 2.5 hours, after which they will go to sleep. They typically have an 8.5-hour sleep period, and then they will begin Flight Day 7. The majority of Flight Day 7 will be an off-duty day for the crew, but they do still have a few items that they have to complete. One of those is a post-lunar flyby conference, and this will be directly with the crew and the science team here on the ground to discuss some of their lunar flyby observations as part of the data collection, to allow the crew to talk through what they experienced and what they saw while it's still top of mind and fresh following today's lunar flyby observation period. Again, that lunar flyby lasted about 7 hours, and towards the tail end of that flyby, they did get to experience an eclipse. Following that post-lunar flyby conference, the crew will have a little bit of a break. They will be able to exercise, have their midday meal, and then there is the opportunity for a return trajectory correction 1 burn should it be needed. These return trajectory correction burns allow the Orion spacecraft to fine-tune its path on the way back to Earth. On the outbound journey, there were originally 3 planned outbound trajectory correction burns. The first 2 of those burns ended up being canceled, as it was determined they were not needed due to the accuracy of the translunar injection burn, or TLI burn, which took place on Flight Day 2. The third and final of those outbound trajectory correction burns did take place on Flight Day 5, and it ended up being a 17.5-second burn to fine-tune Orion's trajectory as it made its flyby around the moon. So again, there will be an opportunity for a return trajectory correction burn tomorrow should it be needed. And then in the latter half of their Flight Day 7, they will complete a radiation shelter demonstration. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft on the left-hand side. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. The crew is currently in their pre-sleep period. During this period, they have the opportunity to eat dinner and also perform any necessary hygiene activities and other personal activities ahead of going to sleep. We do expect the crew to enter their sleep period in a little under 2 hours, about an hour and 45 minutes from now. Also in that view on the left-hand side, you can see a crescent Earth in the distance, just above that solar array wing. The right-hand side of your screen shows a visualization from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. This website is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis for the duration of the Artemis II mission and provides updates on the spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and the Moon as it makes its journey back home here to Earth, again with that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. Following a lunar flyby observation period of about 7 hours earlier today, the crew then worked to clean up some of their observations as well as the imagery and data that they captured and collected and began downlinking that. And we do expect to have some of that imagery available here shortly. During the Artemis II lunar flyby, the crew collected 3 primary science data sets, which included images, verbal descriptions, and written annotations to be able to provide scientists with multiple layers of context for each observation. The handheld imagery was captured using Nikon cameras, including an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens dedicated to lunar targeting. And those images were designed to capture regional context and relationships among large geologic features rather than fine surface detail. And then the verbal descriptions were the highest priority science data set on Artemis II. The astronauts recorded real-time observations through a dedicated application on their crew tablets, which are sometimes referred to as PCDs or portable computing devices. Through those verbal descriptions, they were describing what they were seeing, how the features related spatially, and how conditions were changing as the lighting evolved. And then the crew annotations were recorded in OneNote.
We are complete with the conference on too. You can normalize that. Thank you.
In work. Thanks.
And Houston Integrity, the actorcraft data is on PCD2.
We copy.
Houston Integrity on 1 for imagery for downlink folders.
Go ahead.
Hey, on PCD1, I have noticed I have 2 imagery for downlink folders, and I have been using both of them today. One is on the C drive, and one is in C users CDR desktop imagery for downlink. So when they're downlinking from PCD1, please have them check both folders, and then after, it looks like there was an alias placed on my desktop, and that has caused that confusion. So likely my fault, don't recall. But if they could please check both the C drive imagery for downlink and then my login imagery for downlink on PCD1, I would appreciate it.
We copy.
And we just heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. Some of that first communication was coming from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, who was wrapping up a crew preference conference. These are private conferences, often between the crew and their family and friends on the ground. And then we heard some communication after that from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who was asking some questions and letting them know about some images and data that were being downlinked from the Orion spacecraft following the lunar flyby earlier today. During the lunar flyby, in addition to the images and verbal descriptions and written annotations that the crew was collecting, the Orion spacecraft's vehicle-mounted cameras also supplemented the crew's observations by providing high-resolution still imagery and lower-resolution video before, during, and after the flyby from perspectives unavailable inside the Orion spacecraft itself. In preparation for the lunar flyby and the Artemis II mission, the Artemis II astronauts underwent extensive lunar science training, including classroom instruction, field work, and high-fidelity simulations. They had training expeditions that took place in analog environments, such as the Icelandic highlands, where crews practiced identifying and describing geologic features under varying conditions. And then Orion mock-ups were also used to rehearse crew choreography, including three-dimensional space management with an inflatable moon globe to simulate the flyby.
on 1 for the overboard dump.
Go ahead.
If you could secure the overhead dump, we would like to use non-urine toilet, and then we'll call you when we're complete.
We are putting that in work for you, and I have 2 other updates for you while I got you, if you're okay with a little bit more interruption to your pre-sleep.
Send it.
All right, so just with email, we're still syncing. We did hear your comment about the priority list. Unfortunately, it turns out that there was a miscommunication on that, so we're working it. We've got a couple of solutions in mind to reduce the volume of emails that you're getting, but we probably won't get there tonight. So the uplink you're getting now is not truncated, but we are pursuing a solution to truncate those in the future.
Okay, and what's your ETA on how much longer you want us hands-off email, or we're just not going to have access tonight?
We are aiming for 20 minutes on that. Thanks for bearing with. Sorry again.
Yeah, it's no big deal. Email around the moon was not something we expected to have anyway.
Well, you guys regaled us with so much moon joy today. We were really hoping to pay you back. But we'll let you know as soon as that sync is complete. The second thing we had for you is that we are going to start doing some playback from the ACU. So OE2 will be unavailable for about an hour while we are playing back some of your comm from earlier.
Okay, copy that. OE1 only for us for the next couple hours.
And last but not least, the overboard vent valve is closed, so you are go to go.
All right, in work.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. Currently inside the Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, are the 4 crew members of the Artemis II mission, which includes Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. The crew recently completed their lunar flyby today during flight day 6. And they are currently in their pre-sleep period, preparing to go to sleep in a little over an hour to wrap up flight day 6. During the upcoming flight day 7, which will begin upon crew wake, the crew will have a relatively light duty day. They will have a post-lunar flyby conference with the teams here on the ground, specifically the science team here on the ground, to discuss some of their lunar observations that were made during the flyby period today. And then they will have a little bit of a break after that before they have their midday meal and then move into the RTC-1 burn, or the return trajectory correction 1 burn, should it be needed to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft on its return leg of the journey. After that burn is complete, they will again have a couple of hours of free time, as it's going to be a mostly off-duty day for the crew tomorrow. And then in the second half of their day, they will spend a couple of hours completing a radiation shelter demonstration. And during this radiation shelter demonstration, the crew will build a radiation shelter within the cabin of the Orion spacecraft and prepare lockers for radiation shelter ingress. On missions to the moon through the Artemis program, astronauts venture beyond Earth's protective magnetic field, so the Orion spacecraft serves as the main protection against the sun's intense power. Radiation shielding in space is all about mass, so charged particles are slowed and absorbed as they pass through matter, and astronauts are trained to reconfigure their cabin during a solar particle event by removing stowed equipment from storage bays and securing it along areas of the cabin to add mass between themselves and incoming particles. Since Artemis II is the first crewed Artemis mission, testing this radiation sheltering procedure in the Orion spacecraft is one of the major objectives of the mission. During the uncrewed Artemis I mission, Orion was blanketed in 5,600 passive and 34 active radiation sensors, and the information they gathered assured researchers that Orion's design can provide protection for crew members from hazardous radiation levels during lunar mission. That doesn't mean, though, that scientists don't want more information. So similar to Artemis I, there are 6 active radiation sensors, collectively called the Hybrid Electronic Radiation Assessors, that will be deployed at various locations inside the Orion crew module. And then the crew also wears dosimeters inside their pockets, and these sensors are providing warnings of hazardous radiation levels caused by space weather events made by the sun, and if necessary, this data will be used by mission control to drive decisions for the crew to build a shelter to protect from radiation exposure due to space weather. Additionally, NASA has also partnered with the German space agency, DLR, for an updated model of their M42 sensor for the Artemis II mission. The new version of this sensor offers 6 times more resolution to distinguish between different types of energy compared to the Artemis I version, and it will allow it to accurately measure the radiation exposure from heavy ions, which are thought to be particularly hazardous for radiation risk. Artemis II is also carrying 4 of the monitors affixed at points around the cabin by the crew, and collectively the sensor data will paint a full picture of radiation exposures inside the Orion spacecraft and provide context for interpreting the results of Archer, Avatar, Artemis II standard measures, and immune biomarkers experiment. Currently on your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. This is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis and provides updates on the velocity of the Orion spacecraft along with its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So the distance from the Moon is now increasing following that lunar close approach that took place earlier today. There's now just under 14,000 miles.
Integrity Houston with a couple more cleanup items.
Houston, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to let you know that our email sync is completed. You can all now use your email. We also wanted to give Reed a heads up that we are merging those imagery for our downlink folders into one. So going forward, he should only see one on his PCD. Not to be alarmed if you see one disappeared. And then last, thought you guys would be happy to know we have implemented your feedback for tomorrow. So we are ensuring that everyone will have exercise. We are also going to move the RAD shelter demo to flight day 8, where it is going to be condensed to focus on the highest priority objectives.
Awesome. That's great news on all accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
And we just heard some...
Thank you, Tess, and you have a good night, too.
And we just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Tess Caswell for Orbit 2. They were discussing an update that was being made to the crew's email on board the Orion spacecraft. That update now complete, and they were also discussing some of the activities that were scheduled for Flight Day 7, which is tomorrow. They did mention that they are actually going to move that radiation shelter demonstration that I was just mentioning a few moments ago. So that demonstration is now moving to Flight Day 8 to allow the crew to have a larger, more off-duty day tomorrow with less tasks on the timeline. So now for Flight Day 7, the crew will just have their post-lunar flyby conference, and then possibly that return trajectory correction 1 burn should it be needed. Otherwise, they will have a pretty light duty day tomorrow with some free time to do as they please on this return journey back to Earth. Again, that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
Houston, integrity for AGA.
Go ahead for AGA, Christina.
Hey, Tess, we've got CO2 2.8, O2 27.0, 76.3 degrees, and 10.5 PSIA.
We copy all. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. Good night.
Have a wonderful night, and just for your awareness, we are still standing by for your go to resume the wastewater dump when you guys are ready.
Yes, absolutely. The good night was probably a little early. Usually when we say good night to Houston, we call about 5 more times. That's our pattern.
I just feel like I am contributing to that trend. So, all right, we'll stand by for the next good night.
Okay, good night, Tess. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night, Reed.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew currently going into their pre-sleep and sleep period. They just did have a call down there as they are preparing for an upcoming wastewater dump. But in the meantime, I have Marie Henderson, Artemis 2 Deputy Lunar Science Lead, joining me on console for a few minutes. Hey, Marie, how are you?
Very good. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure, and I know today was an exciting day for you and your team. But first, can you tell us a little bit more about your role in the Artemis 2 mission?
I'm the Deputy Lunar Science Lead, but today I had the joy of a lifetime and held the role of the Science Evaluation Room Lead during the flyby today.
So you mentioned the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room, and being lead during that flyby. So what was that experience like for you? I know we saw some images coming from that room, and it seemed like a lot of excitement there.
It was a complete joy in that room. It was a day just filled with science, with happiness, with love, and just really we got the chance to live out a lot of our dreams today, listening to the descriptions from the crew. So we got to have a lot of fun. We got to feel their joy, but we also have a lot of science to follow up on.
And so today, I think, was just the beginning a little bit, and there on your screen, for those at home, you can see a look inside the Science Evaluation Room. Now it's a little bit empty as folks have wrapped up that lunar flyby, but again, it's just the beginning for some of that data. But for those who may not know, what was the role of the SIR or the Science Evaluation Room during the flyby?
So today during the flyby, we had a documentation of the flyby, and also you heard some of those great questions and science conversations that came down today. And so our response, our goal was to actually listen to those questions, get responses, and actually try to get those back up to help them be excited about it.
Go ahead.
Yes, Tess, we needed a new spot for a trash bag, so we came up with a plan, and if it's all right with you, I will let you know what we did to update the stowage.
We are happy to receive.
Okay, we managed to fill bag 2 of locker D with 3 trash bags and some other dry trash packaging stuff. That was the last location y'all gave us. We then emptied bag 8 of D by deploying all of the nitrile gloves in there. I'm seeing 3 packs of 30 and 1 pack of compaction plates into the toilet.
That is perfect. That is the next action we would have given you. So, bravo.
All right, mind meld. Thank you and good night.
Good night. Talk to you in a minute.
And we just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook.
Exactly.
Currently on board the Orion spacecraft. Again, they are in their pre-sleep period, preparing to go to sleep, but they are being a chatty bunch this evening, and they were just calling down about some stowage. There is actually a position here in Mission Control, the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, that tracks where everything is and where everything is stored on board the Orion spacecraft. Again, I am here with Marie Henderson, Artemis II Deputy Lunar Science Lead. We were just talking about some of the moments from the flyby, so can you tell us a little bit about what some of the biggest moments are that stood out to you during the flyby?
Yeah, I think that first time we started to hear their descriptions of colors coming down was one of those things that we have been talking about, training them on. We know it's one of those things that the human eye is uniquely capable of picking up. And so that's one of those things we really were excited about. But just listening to that eclipse, watching the video of the eclipse, and then also hearing the words that they saw some impact flashes, it was just, it was a dream. And we have so much work to do, and we're very excited about it.
So the crew following the flyby was in the process of downlinking and beginning to downlink some of that data and the imagery, but now that the lunar flyby is complete, what comes next for you and your team?
So we actually, the members of our SIR team, most of them have gone home, but we had another shift of scientists come on. They are in our Science Mission Operations Room, the deliciously named S'more. So they are working right now, and so they are waiting for that data to come down and start processing it. And so by that, we are going to inventory all the images, all the audio files that we got, and they're going to get that organized and start putting the first scientific analysis on that data.
It'll be exciting, and we're so excited to see some of those images, and of course we'll share those with the world once we are able to and once we have those. And tomorrow on flight day 7, you will have the post-lunar flyby conference with the crew. What insights do you hope to gain from that opportunity as well?
Yeah, we're really excited about this post-flyby crew conference tomorrow because we've only done one part of our data collection. And so we have heard from them during the flyby just through over the air. But the other 2 members who were at the windows, they were collecting recordings on their personal computers and also taking those images. So we have a lot of observations to listen through. And then then tomorrow we'll actually get to ask more questions. And so as you heard today on the during the flyby, they were really excited when they got the chance to talk to each other, talk through those discussions. And they said every time they actually took a moment to talk to each other, they were talking science and learned more from each other, and they had a different, unique perspective. We as scientists want more of that. And so we have this chance tomorrow to talk to them during the crew conference. And it's almost like when you're on vacation and you want to journal and write down everything that happened before you take the long flight home and have to go back to work. That is the same concept here. Is they had this amazing lunar flyby, and they have a lot of work left to do to get home, and so we want to hear more about it and get the chance to ask them some questions based on the data they have collected.
And I can just hear the excitement in your voice, and you keep smiling as you talk. So I can really tell that it was an exciting day for you, and there's just so much more ahead from this opportunity. But from your perspective, what excites you the most about the scientific opportunities that Artemis II opens for future missions?
This is just the beginning. This is the beginning of our science in Artemis, and we know that every single mission going forward will give us the opportunity to learn more. There are a lot of open hypotheses on the moon, and I'm really excited that maybe we get a little closer to closing some of them today.
Well, thank you so much, Marie, for joining us, and it was a pleasure to watch your team in action during the lunar flyby, and we can't wait to see what scientific insights y'all deliver for us the rest of the mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 7 hours, and 15 minutes and counting into the Artemis 2 mission, following a launch on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are currently rounding out Flight Day 6. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, is preparing to enter their sleep period in about 15 minutes. This will be an 8.5-hour block of sleep, and then they will begin Flight Day 7. Flight Day 7 is expected to be a relatively light day for the crew. They will have a post-lunar flyby crew conference with the science team here on the ground towards the beginning part of their day. There will then be the opportunity for a return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-1 burn, should it be needed to fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back home to Earth. And then for the most part, the second half of their day will be relatively empty, allowing the crew to rest and do any sort of activities of their choosing. Today, the crew spent most of their time in a lunar flyby observation period, during which they captured imagery. They also captured voice recordings and made annotations of what they were seeing on the moon to provide to science teams here in Mission Control. Those science teams beginning to receive some of those downlinked assets, and they'll continue to receive some of that imagery throughout the night. And the science team will begin evaluating some of that in preparation for that science post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a live look of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of the 4 solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft. Each of those wings has a camera, and from this view you can see some of those thrusters at the bottom of the service module. Those thrusters would be used in that return trajectory correction burn 1 tomorrow, should it be needed. Now you're seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis. This provides updates on the velocity and distance of the Orion spacecraft and its crew from the Earth and Moon throughout its journey around the Moon and back home to Earth. Now that the lunar flyby and the lunar close approach has been completed, the distance between the Orion spacecraft and the Moon will continue to increase, so they're now about 16,000 miles away from the Moon, and that distance separating the crew and the home planet of Earth will continue to decrease all the way up until a splashdown, which is targeted on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown is predicted to take place in about 3 days, 17 hours, and 59 minutes. And again, should that return trajectory correction 1 burn be needed tomorrow, that would take place in about 18 hours and 9 minutes from now. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 7 hours, and 29 minutes into the Artemis II mission. And the crew recently entered their sleep period. That sleep period will last 8.5 hours. And once that sleep period concludes and the crew wakes up, it will officially mark the start of Flight Day 7 for the mission. Just a moment ago, you probably saw the Orion spacecraft on your screen as it completed a brief attitude maneuver, and now on your screen you can see a view of the Orion spacecraft with one of its solar array wings extended, and above that solar array wing is a view of a crescent Earth. Earth, of course, now the target for the return journey of the Orion spacecraft, with that splashdown expected to take place on Friday, April 10th. The flight control position in Mission Control responsible for some of those attitude maneuvers is GNC, which is the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. That flight controller is responsible for managing the inertial measuring units, the global positioning system receivers, barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft. This console position is also responsible for commanding those attitude maneuvers. The equivalent to the GNC position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room just down the hall is known as ADCO. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They are being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell. And there on your screen on the right-hand side, you can see that Flight Director console and that Capcom console next to each other. The team here in Mission Control is staffed 24/7 throughout the duration of the Artemis II mission. The team rotates through 3 shifts a day, known as orbits. So currently the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console, and the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers will be coming on console to complete a shift handover in about 2 hours from now.
Integrity Houston with a potential last good night before we go into a very long forward link LOS.
Go ahead.
Hey, sorry to bug you again, but the team here is looking to resume venting before we go into this long LOS. We did want to make sure that you guys know the team here has decided that there is no constraint to fecal use of toilet during vent ops. So we would like to resume the vent if you're okay with that, knowing that you can continue to use toilet for fecal purposes while we do so.
Resume the vent.
And there was much rejoicing. Hey, we also got a sneak peek at y'all's imagery. It's absolutely stunning. We are all completely in awe of the work that you did today. Thank you so much for bringing us on this journey with you. We hope you have sweet dreams of moon joy.
Thank you so much, Tess. And when you think about 10,000 pictures in a day, trying to download 10 for PAO is tough. So that's just a sampling. There's many more that look like them, and there's probably quite a few that look better than them. But that was the best we could do right there. So glad that they're appreciated. We certainly appreciated being up here in our observation post. Hey, one thing while I got you for tomorrow morning, I know we're trying to make it a light crew day, but if you could still give us our wake up on time at the beginning of post sleep, we would appreciate it so we can get our science going and get our morning about us.
We will make that happen for you. Have a wonderful night.
All right, good night until I call you in 5 minutes. See ya.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Some final communication for the evening there from the Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and the Capcom Capsule Communicator here in Mission Control, Tess Caswell, who you can see there in the center portion of the right block of your screen. They were discussing an upcoming wastewater dump as part of the Universal Waste Management System, aka the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft. They conduct periodic wastewater dumps where they vent the wastewater overboard. The crew also referring to some of their upcoming activities during Flight Day 7, which will begin at the start of Crew Wake. They mentioned to the ground team here that they wanted to be woken up on time tomorrow morning. Throughout the duration of the mission, the crew has been woken up by wake-up music, which was selected by the crew ahead of the mission. And that tradition dates back to some of the Apollo-era missions. And then tomorrow during Flight Day 7, it will be a relatively light day for the crew. A good portion of the day will be spent in an off-duty day, but at the beginning of the crew day, they will have that post-flyby conference with the science team here in Mission Control to discuss some of their lunar observations that were made during the flyby. The mission control position here responsible for some of those wastewater dumps that have been referenced throughout the mission is ECOM, which stands for the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager. They are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, the air and water supply and purification systems, and they also manage emergency response. The equivalent flight control position in the International Space Station flight control room just down the hallway is known as Ethos. This is Artemis Mission Control. You are now seeing a live look of the Orion spacecraft. We lost that view momentarily as it went through a data rate change. And then we are also expecting a forward link loss of signal in about 13 minutes, which will mean that the crew can call down if they want, even though they are in a sleep period at this point. But the team here in Mission Control Houston won't be able to call up to the crew during that loss of signal. We are currently 5 days, 7 hours, and 56 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. The view there on your screen coming from the solar array wing cameras. And you can see a view of the crescent Earth above one of those solar array wings. And the Orion spacecraft does have 4 solar array wings total. The flight control position here in Mission Control that monitors some of those data rate changes is known as INCO, which stands for the Instrumentation and Communications Officer, and they manage the communication systems of the Orion spacecraft, including the phased array antennas, baseband signal processors, and audio systems. And the equivalent position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room down the hallway is known as CRONUS. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft entered their sleep period about 20 minutes ago. They will remain in this sleep period for about 8.5 hours total. And this is rounding out flight day 6. The crew spent the majority of their day today on flight day 6 making science observations and capturing imagery as part of the lunar flyby, during which Orion and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from this higher vantage point, the crew was able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. And the Artemis 2 crew also became the first humans to directly observe certain far side regions of the moon with unaided eyes. During the flyby, the crew also surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record and reached the farthest distance from the Earth during their mission at a distance of 252,756 miles, which was 4,112 miles farther than Apollo 13. A couple minutes prior to that farthest distance, Orion made its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles. At this point in the Artemis 2 mission, rounding out flight day 6, the crew and the teams on the ground have begun or completed 23 of the 27 high priority objectives for the mission, which have already provided tremendous insight into the operation of the Orion spacecraft and also provided critical information to teams as we prepare for future Artemis missions. This is Artemis Mission Control. A couple moments ago, we saw the Orion spacecraft as it completed a small attitude maneuver. These attitude maneuvers are managed by the GNC position here in Mission Control, which stands for the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They're responsible for commanding those attitude maneuvers. And during that maneuver, you could also get a good look at some of the solar array wings as they were positioning. There are 4 solar array wings, which are sometimes referred to as SAW, on the service module of the Orion spacecraft, and each of those solar array wings is made of 3 panels, and each of those panels is approximately 6.5 by 6.5, and the total length of each solar array wing is nearly 23 feet, which is about 7 meters long. This is Artemis Mission Control. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 8 hours, and 23 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Today on Flight Day 6, the crew spent the majority of their day making science observations and capturing imagery as part of the lunar flyby activities, during which Orion and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. Also during the lunar flyby, the crew surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record, reached the farthest distance from the Earth during their mission at a distance of 252,756 miles, which was 4,112 miles farther than that of Apollo 13. A couple minutes prior to that farthest distance, Orion made its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles. At the end of the lunar flyby period, the crew was also able to see an eclipse with the sun hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion and its crew. And the crew's observations during this flyby, along with handheld photography and images from the Orion spacecraft, will form the basis for scientific investigations into the moon's geological history, the lunar environment, and current processes such as new impacts. Following the flyby, the crew began downlinking imagery and data from the flyby to teams on the ground, and then participated in a couple of public affairs events with President Donald Trump and NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. The crew recently entered their sleep period just under an hour ago to wrap up Flight Day 6. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from the day.
I think one of the most interesting things right now is the four of us have looked at this moon our entire lives, and the way we are responding to what we are seeing out the window is, it's just like we're a bunch of little kids up here. We cannot get enough of this. It's amazing. Thank you for the privilege.
Thank you for sharing that special perspective you have with all of us back here.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We recently received confirmation that the Orion spacecraft and its crew have officially entered the lunar sphere of influence, that milestone taking place at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours, 2 minutes, and 54 seconds into the Artemis II mission. By reaching this milestone, it means that the gravitational forces of the moon are now greater on the Orion spacecraft than that of Earth.
Hello, Artemis II. This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood. When Frank Borman and Bill Andrews and I orbited the moon on Apollo 8, we got humanity's first up-close look at the moon and got a view of the home planet that inspired and united people around the world. I'm proud to pass that torch on to you as you swing around the moon and lay the groundwork for missions to Mars for the benefit of all. It's a historic day, and I know how busy you'll be, but don't forget to enjoy the view. So, Reed, and Victor, and Christina, and Jeremy, and all the great teams supporting you, good luck and Godspeed from all of us here on the good earth.
Good morning, Houston. Integrity on one. That was an awesome message from Jim Lovell, and very cool to hear him. Welcome us to the neighborhood. It's going to be a great day. Thank you.
Good morning, Houston, from inside Integrity, 215,049 miles away from Earth and 12,712 miles from the moon. Let's actually savor the calm delay that we have. We're ready for the morning DPC.
Beautiful. We are savoring it down here. Good morning, Integrity, and good morning, Moon. Our room is buzzing with moon joy today, and I imagine yours is too.
We are ready to go. We are looking forward to working with and for the science team, and we are just excited to be so close to finally accomplishing what we've been training for so many years. And also, we want to say thank you for that really special message from Jim Lovell.
we have a pretty neat emblem up here. We have a patch that was flown on the Apollo 8 mission, and that patch is here on the Artemis 2 mission as well, and that was sent to us by the Lovell family, by Jim Lovell's son. And so that was a really special way to start the day, and he said to welcome us to the neighborhood, and it's great to be in this neighborhood, and we look forward to sharing this neighborhood with you all.
We can't wait. We see the patch, and it's looking beautiful. Thank you.
When this showed up in our office from his family, we were completely honored, and the Earthrise, which this crew is responsible for taking that photo, has been instrumental both to our crew as our ethos and values, but also just personally to myself. I had the photo up in my room as a kid, and it was part of what inspired me to keep working hard to achieve things I dreamed about. Also, we took a deep dive into the cockpit recordings around the time that picture was taken, and it turns out there was a lot of hubbub, kind of I wouldn't say fighting over cameras, but definitely everyone wanted to capture the shot, so we're happy to carry on that legacy because we often are all glued to windows and looking for cameras too.
And I'll just close. I know it looks like a piece of paper in the camera there, but that is actually the original Apollo 8 patch printed on silk that they had done before they launched, and they flew that with them on their journey around the moon, and then the family handed it over to us, as I said, and it's just a real honor to have that on board with us. Let's go have a great day.
Right now, the Artemis 2 crew and Mission Control are preparing to support today's lunar flyby, the first time we've sent humans around the moon in over 50 years.
Integrity, you can use the OEs and your HHP camera for the milestone words at the Apollo 13 record distance.
You'll notice that we pause every time we hear communications to and from the crew. They are the stars for today. This afternoon, the crew will have their closest approach of the moon and will surpass the record. That record just mentioned of the furthest humans have ever flown, set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. As you can see, the crew members have dimmed the cabin lights inside Orion. Dimming the lights also helps prevent reflections from inside Orion onto the windows. Ahead of this lunar flyby, let's dive in and explain what you can expect over the next several hours. The crew has about 6 hours allotted to make observations about the moon. Throughout the flyby, their activities have been precisely timelined. There are five blocks of time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. At any time, 2 members will be at the windows working in a pair. One crew member will be taking photos from window 2 with a blue shroud over the window. This can help prevent that glare or reflection from inside Orion. They have an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens to use. The other astronaut will be in window 3 using their portable computing device, you'll hear that referred to as PCD, to make annotations. Both of these crew members will make audio recordings of what they are seeing, and they'll wear headsets connected to those PCDs. Those audio recordings will be sent to the science team at a later date. We will not hear them live. The 2 crew members at the windows will swap roles and positions halfway through their timelined block. The other 2 crew members who won't be at the windows at that time will be serving in the background as support. One will be conducting the science sit reps, or situation reports. This is what we will hear live from the crew. They'll be calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they are observing. Those situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw, lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and of course, their emotions and reactions as they fly by the moon.
Good morning, crew. This is Science. We couldn't be more excited for a full day of lunar and planetary observations today, the first one in over 54 years. How do you hear me?
We hear you loud and clear, and Kelsey, you just got to know you're pulling us away from the moon right now, so let's go.
Message received. I will keep it tight here. I did just want to start with a thank you on behalf of the Lunar Science team and the entire lunar and planetary science community, of which you are absolutely a part, for what you've already done in this mission and what you're going to do today to inspire the next generation of scientists. I have to say Moon Joy is the new term that's already become our team's new motto, so thanks for that. A reminder also that your observations so far indicate it will likely take some time for your eyes to adjust. We especially heard that around your terminator observations and your color observations. So reminder to know that your eye adaptation is going to kind of come in throughout your shift, and let us know when you start to see that nuance. Last reminder is around Earthset and Earthrise. When you're viewing us back here at home, you'll be looking directly at Asia, Africa, and Oceania. So I'm sure people watching from those places here on Earth will want to give you all a wave as you take their picture.
And we're live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you heard Young mention, in this same building and just down the hall, a multidisciplinary lunar science team supports the Artemis II crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization. There are two integrated facilities, and the first is the SIR, which is what you have right here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. They are embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. Additionally, and not pictured, we have the Science Mission Operations Room, a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis.
Integrity crew, we have Reed's family in the viewing gallery. You're welcome to say hello.
Well, whether you're being serious or you're kidding around, that is awesome to hear. Thanks, Jenny. And hello to Ellie and Katie. I don't know who else is there, but it's great to know that you're in Mission Control right now, following along. We are having a blast up here, and the view of the moon is absolutely amazing.
I'm seeing a lot of hearts come out of the viewing gallery and even more smiles. Thanks, Reed. Copy heart, copy bracelet. Integrity crew, on April 15th, 1970, during the Apollo 13 mission, 3 explorers set the record for the farthest distance humans have ever traveled from our home planet. At that time, over 55 years ago, Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes flew 248,655 statute miles away from Earth. Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier. Integrity, over to you.
Yeah, from the cabin of Integrity here, as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth, we do so in honoring the extraordinary efforts and feats of our predecessors in human space exploration. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we most importantly choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived. And we have a couple more things we'd like to take this moment for. Our science team helped us out with a couple of relatively fresh craters on the moon that have not been previously named, and our crew would like to propose a couple of potential names for those items or those areas. And we spent a bit of time this morning looking out the window, and we're able to see them now both with our naked eye and through the long lens, and so we feel this is a good time to send this down, and a special shout out to Kelsey for helping us with this. The first one we'd like to suggest is a named crater in honor of our great spacecraft, Integrity. And so if you were to look at Oriental on the far side and then draw a line straight up to Ohm on the far side, relatively in the middle is an unnamed crater, and we would like to suggest it be called Integrity in the future. And the second one, and especially meaningful for this crew, is a number of years ago we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary, and so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Quisqueya, and it's just to the northwest of that, at the same latitude as Ohm, and it's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
Integrity and Carol Crater, loud and clear. Thank you.
There was a moment of silence here in Mission Control Houston. And now the team and the Artemis II crew are ready to begin their lunar flyby.
We just realized that we have Earth out window 1 and Moon out window 2, and Earth out window 4 and Moon out window 3, and it gives you the best idea of scale we have had yet. The Moon is about 3 to 4 times the size of the Earth, and it is almost full, and the Earth is just a small crescent out there. It's magnificent. I got a picture of it with the wide lens. Such a majestic view out here.
Amaze, amaze, amaze. Thank you, Reed.
Now, this is a view from their lunar targeting package at this time, helping them determine what they're seeing on the moon, as well as on the left, keep up with what their next target will be. As you can see, we have got a long list and an exciting day ahead of us.
Houston, another observation, whole moon. When you look at the moon, something I've never seen in photographs before, but is very apparent, all the really bright new craters. Some of them are super tiny. Most of them are pretty small. There's a couple that really stand out, obviously. And what it really looks like is like a lampshade with tiny pinprick holes and the light shining through. They are so bright compared to the rest of the moon.
Cool, after just being in the 400 mil for the last half hour, looking up close, I got pictures of everything Ike was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so dynamic right now. It's very three-dimensional out the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the 400 mil.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had some longer lenses on the solar array so you could see the whole moon, but man, it is, or the up-close moon, not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
All right, MPO and INCO, take notes. We want a zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
Affirmative.
At one point, towards the end of the images of my time in window 3, I just had an overwhelming only sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is its own body in the universe. It's not just a poster in the sky that goes by. It is a real place. And when we have that perspective and we compare it to our home of the Earth, it just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we need, the Earth provides, and that in and of itself is somewhat of a miracle.
Science, integrity. First, I wanted to start off with connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the Zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for safety reasons that we would never send someone alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Thank you for that, Jenny. And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts. The Artemis 2 crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface, and they will reemerge, and we will also get this view on the other side. 30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal. And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of our destination to the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. And we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon. We're continuing to track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. They are continuing to take pictures of the of the moon, the Earth now out of sight. What they are in right now is a crew choice event. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe why they were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment. After their impact flash targeting, the team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise. Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with Integrity and the astronauts for Artemis 2. We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away. With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home. This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise.
Integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How many?
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back. Integrity, Houston. In mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
A very special moment just now in mission control ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center, and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the mission control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis 2 crew. And the Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around, as was instructed by the crew during that last sim. And we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis II mission. The Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule, and this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts, it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon.
Science integrity in the blind. This is continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3. And it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright, and Earthshine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion. Wow, it's amazing. Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This one's challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
Integrity Science, we were loving your Science It Reps in the Blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by. All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but The entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make out little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there's about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Science in Houston, integrity. I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing. I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but right off the we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet. That line of planets, there's something a moon diameter to the left, and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So. But anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so in unreal view, yeah, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window. And now it's deep space behind it is kind of dark blue like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
Victor Science.
Mike is doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add on to what he's doing. It's indescribable. No matter how long we look at this, our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's no adjectives. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe what we are looking at out this window.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, and we have about 11 minutes remaining in the eclipse at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis 2 crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft.
Okay, we all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct. You can still see Earthshine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
And Integrity Science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. And Science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
To your entire team, Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, you all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great great, truly human experience moments here, and we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you, and this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So y'all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reed. Thanks so much.
The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently completed their lunar observation period. It was an approximately 7-hour period of time in which they were focused on several different targets identified by the science team here on the ground that they studied and prepared for ahead of time. And then they also were referencing a lunar targeting package that was uplinked about a day ago with those final targets. Now they are completing some post-lunar flyby activities, so they're working to clean up their observations that they've made and also working to downlink some of the photos that they've taken throughout the day. The science team here on the ground will then work to get as much data as they can overnight, and then there will be a post-flyby conference tomorrow after the crew wakes up. And that's not a debrief, but a science data collection to capture their nuanced experience while they're still in the field and the experience is still fresh. And they are now about 8,100 miles away from the moon, and that distance will continue to increase as they are now in the return leg of their journey.
Artemis 2 crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis 2. Today you've made history and made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth. Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our Administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of.
Hey, Reed, we were wondering if this adjusted fan speed is something that you would like to keep going forward, or if it was just a specific change request for the events this evening.
Certainly for PAO events, this is an ideal fan speed. If you're willing to give us this fan speed for routine habitability, I think we would take it and try it for a while.
And Reed, we are able to support keeping the fan speed in this config. Happy to keep it here to collect data.
Okay, you got 4 happy astronauts up here. We'll take it. Obviously, when we go to exercise, we'll need to bump it up, but I think for quiescent living, this will be great.
We copy, and we love seeing those smiles.